Okay. Welcome back to the video game development stream where I develop video games. On this video game stream, I'm going to be making At the Ends of Eras. I'm going to be finishing up the level. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I want it done. I want it gone. I want it dead. Dead. I want its head on my damn table. This level. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on the intro area. I think what I'm going to do is kind of work backwards chronologically. It'll be, because the demo is going to be, there's a dream sequence tutorial, and then you get into the actual area that introduces the main narrative hook. And then you get into the area that we're currently in, which is the opulent medium / necropolis. And so that's going to be exciting because, yeah, I want it done. I'm tired of it. And I think I basically have all the main mechanical things that I want. Because, yeah, I'm realizing more and more that I like playing mechanics-heavy games, but I don't like making them. Basically. It's very dull to make levels because it's very, like, iteration-based. And I also just don't find it very interesting to be like, well, how does this level flow, I guess? How does it interact with the mechanics that we have? But yeah, so last time what I did was I made the fancy new mechanic of, like, being able to switch between objects that you have. So yeah, we can, like, switch between the telescope and this thing and that thing, and then we can go down to here. And we don't have any other objects that we can do this with, but we can unify both of them. But okay. I don't mind that. But okay, I'm thinking... So last time, basically, I wanted to make sure that I had enough stuff in this little demo area to be like, yes, this is a playground now. A playground to demonstrate to the player what it is they'll be doing with this time gun, which is going down hallways, mostly, to fight, to race against blue orbs, and then also going up fans. So yeah, they can go through fans. They can use fans to go up. They can do other things, I guess. But okay, let's get back to here, because I think, yeah, my main thing is the level too complicated, actually? I gotta remember that as well, because in the past, that's been the fatal flaw of the levels, of just, like, they're way too hard. So I gotta think smaller, I gotta think simpler, which is great for me, because I also don't like designing super complicated levels. I'd rather be spending that time, like, making the narrative context more complicated, you know? But also, let's lower the volume slightly, it's a little loud for me. But maybe that's because... I'll put my volume there on my side, raise it up to 30% on your side. Okay, I've talked about it before, but this is the game Evergrace, the soundtrack for it. And it's the only From Software game that I've actually beaten. And I think it is in large part because of the music. Like, most other FromSoft games, the more modern ones, they barely have music until you get to, like, boss arenas, and then it's, like, I don't know, not particularly interesting, like, orchestral soundtracks. Which is probably, an extremely controversial opinion, but that's the fun part about me. Huh, why did that work? Because, yeah, this was supposed to be marked as adjacent. Ah, well. I don't really care. Because, yeah, I think my main thing is, let's look through the sections that I have left. Because I think the main things that I wanted were more complications in the, like, more complicated and interesting gameplay in this big thing. Because it's very big, but it's actually extremely easy to get through because you literally just walk from here, walk around this, to here, and that's the whole challenge. So I want it to be like you have to go in the workings of this thing and get kind of lost and confused and baffled. And then from that... Oh, this thing doesn't actually do anything. That's weird. What do I want to have for that, though? I'll figure it out. And speaking of figuring it out, I need to have my monitor brighter. Okay. So yeah, complicate this section here, and then these sections I'm fine with for now. I want to make sure that everything's like kind of functioning before we do anything too crazy. And then it was this section that I was worried was too complicated, so I made it simpler. Yeah. And then this whole like little platform series collapses, and then we can get up to here and then do other stuff. And then we come down into here, which I have now designed marginally better, marginally more interesting, except for the fact that there's a lot of things that don't actually like you can't actually get up to here, I don't think. Let's fix that then, by just having it like do that. So yeah, now we can use this fan to get up to here, and then use that fan to jump over to here, and then use that to do God knows what. Maybe we get more of these. And so that way the player can, if they really, really want to, climb out of this whole section here. Yeah, that feels about right. So yeah, then you can use this to get a little bit of extra height, climb up here. I think you can get up to here. Maybe not. Maybe I'll have to have even more of these, which... Yeah, you know what? I'll just do that now. Basically, flip these 90 degrees. Make them like halfway between these. Go that way. There we are. So now, the player will hopefully be able to get out of here. I think what I should do then is... What is the last thing? So I'm fine with this area here, even though it's kind of stupid to have, like, there's just a rock floor, and then you fall into here. Because I'm mainly thinking about the function of the level, rather than the aesthetics right now. Both functional in terms of, like, what is this place in the narrative? And I've settled on... It's a neutrino detector plus massive computer system plus massive cooling system that outputs heat into this like cavern, which is actually like much larger and may in the future actually connect to other ruins through these sort of unbridgeable gaps. And then like maybe at the end game you're able to like finally cross those chasms and realize the whole system's connected. That'd be cool. But for now, that's not what it is. For now, what we need is maybe more here. If I want to. I don't really care. I think this is fine as it is. Basically, this is just one bridge. You get onto this pipe. You get into the pipe. You go up, up, and up. And this is sort of our final challenge that then spits us out right in here to, like, backtrack. Oh, we need to actually make this possible to climb out. Because, yeah, I want to have the ability, again, to play this whole level beginning to end. And so I think what I might need to do is start adding the pipe, or adding the arms. Because basically, each of these little panels, if we go back to here... Each of them is a movable little thing. And in the end, they're all going to have arms that actually physically attach somewhere in the world. I think that would be interesting. I would need to figure out how to actually make it so that they don't horribly intersect. I don't mind if it's like physically impossible, but I don't want it to look impossible at a blush, you know what I mean? But hang on, I'm also going to switch to standing mode. But alright. So this thing here... My big old brain is trying to think, how do I want to do that right now? I think what I can do is just for temporary work, put a stick at the end of each of these, and then that stick is just going to be horizontal, because right now I don't really need the like full thing attaching to the walls doing like IK and stuff like that. Instead, what I need is just the ability to actually like platform on this to get to here and get out of here. And yeah, hopefully if we play the game organically, if I remember right, this will always be down here by the time we actually, like, escape, and this should always be in this position. And eventually I also need to figure out how to make it so that this is, like, in a position that makes sense and is interesting, and how to move it into, like, a face, because that's the actual goal. And I may also... I'm still divided on how close this should actually get, and if it doesn't get close enough for us to jump on it, how do we actually, like, get to it? I think it would be, like, we have to jump on something that's moving around us, which I've talked about before, and then we platform up, like, maybe to, like, here, and then jump down onto these, you know, if it's, like, you know, maybe it only comes out, like, this far to make it shapes and stuff. And so then we have to, like, platform out to this edge, platform up across some scaffolding, down, back into this thing, do that. Oh, hang on. Who is calling UI.equip? Let's go to Sublime Text. Oh wait. I have too many things I'm doing. Yeah, I have like a billion folders for projects, but I'm looking for UI.equip. No, call. I know, call deferred. I think it's this. Oh wait, no. Or call deferred equip. Aha. First of all, you never use. Hang on. Call deferred. Let's just search through every single instance of this, because all of these should be changed to methods. So that way we get the static typing here. So we can do like B press connect that. Okay. So yeah, let's just get all of these. Wait, what? What did I just do? Oh, I see, because this is what I need. That, get that. Oop. Let's make sure that I set this up correctly here. Okay, good. I didn't fumble it too bad. And I might, you know, someday I'd really like to have the Godot debugger hooked directly into Sublime Text, because it's so nice to, like, I like this method. You could tell that I was getting a little bit peeved about it. But yeah, I really like Sublime Text. And also, I like having just the full text editor and then alt-tabbing back to this, because I don't like having to click the mouse button, do things in this like 2-inch by 2-inch window, then click back to here to see what it does in 3D. I much prefer this. But it's just so much more convenient. Actually, wait, hang on. What if I... Wait, oh wait, no. I keep getting confused now. Does Godot allow for setting a default editor, like a text editor? External. Ooh, hang on. Where... Sublime. Don't we have this? Oh, I thought I had that. How do I figure out where Sublime is located? I think it'd probably just be program files. It's unfortunate that in, Windows, there's no real, like... It has such a bad concept of, like, symlinks to executables. So you always have to be, like, updating paths manually. But okay. Something I'm going to do... / sublime text. Use external editor. Okay. So I wonder now if I can actually... So if we go to Sublime... Or if we go to GD... Ooh, it actually works. Okay, that's really nice. Okay, well, I'm going to be using this for the rest of my life. And so the only difference... Or the only place where I'll actually use the internal editor is for debugging. I'm fine with that. Debugging is always like a completely different thing anyway. Okay. Actually, I should also close this. Yeah, because I was writing a thing about fan art. Basically, my thinking is, there's a lot of people who sometimes feel guilty about doing fan art instead of original work. But my thinking is, you don't need to, like, make everything into the or you don't need to take everything to the farthest that it can possibly go. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to paint on the weekends or something, you don't need to make it a job, and you don't need to feel bad about it not being a job. And it's the same with, like, writing or anything. Like, if you want to do something that you don't find stressful, then that's good. Because, you know, fan art has the value of, like, you basically have somebody else's toys to play with. You know, you have somebody else's characters or setting or plot that you want to, like, manipulate in some way. And so you don't have to spend all of that time making your own characters and establishing their own relationships and stuff. And that's basically, like, good. That's a good thing. Because, yeah, not everything has to be a job that'll make you want to die. But okay. Hang on, I'm also getting my dang, like, headphone cables rubbing up against my arm again. I don't know how to actually fix that other than, like, not having cables attached to my headphones, which is an issue because I have them everywhere. Millions of cables. But okay, yeah, let's just do this massive refactor. And I've learned from my mistakes. I'm not going to change anything else until I've tested the refactor. Well, it doesn't... This almost certainly won't actually cause that many issues, but... Oh, wait. On enemy... Yeah, let's see. Yeah, hopefully this also makes it... Well, will this make it perform faster? I guess not really. It won't be a huge issue, whatever it is. You know, this is mostly for, like, making sure that refactors don't break things in the future, because now there's just fewer things that are strings. Hmm. Okay, I like just in a language having the ability to call methods on a method. I think if I were making my own programming language, I'd go even further with that. I'd have things like the ability to get a struct that represents the arguments of a function. So you could do like play.args or .arguments, and you'd get just, you know, the object that represents the arguments, and you could do things with it, like add stuff to, or like, you know, update the individual fields, or set defaults, or something like that. But yeah, I still need to finish up Duet, that programming language I started for the Lang Jam Game Jam. That'll be fun. Because I have basically, I think, all of the design that I need for it, and most of it works. I just need to implement the hard stuff. Because yeah, it's a very weird programming language, and I'd love to talk about it in more detail once it actually, like, exists and people can use it. Even though the implementation is going to be quite bad, because I'm just going to be using the one that I made in that 1 week game jam, and I'm just adding the stuff that I need to actually finish the game. I don't think we need this at all anymore. Oh, yeah, because it was, wait, I might actually need to fix this again. So I will update this comment here. Okay, and these are all. But okay. Let's say that is one refactor. Yeah. Oh wait, hang on. What did I do in add-ons and dialog? Oh, I see. Refactor no string methods in call deferred. Okay. Okay. So that is now... and not all. Okay. And then I actually want to do .connect. $442. Well, you know what? I don't want to do level design anyway, so we might as well do this. And if I were smart enough, I'd be able to figure out a way of, like, parsing this and then making it automatically do its thing, but I'm not going to. Okay. But yeah, this will also, yet again, make it so that any time that we call connect without a signal here, this will either be a compile time error, which is ideal, or it'll be a more obvious runtime error of this signal doesn't exist. And I would much prefer both of those. Oop. All right. Yeah, what are some other things that I've been thinking about? Oh yeah, I went to Seattle yesterday. That was fun, except I got slapped in the back of the head by a dude on an electric scooter, and I was mad about it. Because, yeah, it was weird. He came back as well, but then he just kind of stared at us because I was with my brother, and then he drove back the opposite direction. Like, I think he was turning around for some other reason, and then, like, realized, oh, wait, the guy is still there. And I don't want to, like, I don't know, fight. So he left. Yeah, so I have three theories. Basically, either he thought he recognized me, and was like, oh wait, I just slapped some guy that I don't know in the head. Whoops. Or he wanted to start a fight and was coming back around, but then I was like, wait, there's two of them. Or, that was the first time he'd ever done something like that. And then he was coming back around and was like, wait a second, the guy that I slapped in the head is still here. I didn't anticipate this. I thought that they would just, like, disappear when I, like, hit them. How am I gonna, like, I don't know, drive up and down the trail hitting people in the head if they're still here and mad at me? Yeah, I have a very mixed opinion on, I guess, just the city in general. And that only serves to, like, reinforce it. Because, like, that's not a thing that should, like, happen in normal society, you know? Like, strangers shouldn't just, like, hit other strangers for no reason. Huh, why did I do this? Like, I did the is connected refactor, but then not this refactor. But okay, we're gonna finally remove some of the last vestiges of, Godot 3 from this code. We need this. Dot that. Okay. There we are. So yeah, hopefully less string parsing in the language now. Or in the code. And hopefully better errors. And hopefully this doesn't expose new errors that I hadn't figured out yet. Because yeah, now a lot of these are going to be like evaluated at compile time. But okay, there we are. Oh yeah, another thing that makes me mixed on Seattle. I don't know if I've mentioned it before on stream, but I once needed to use the bathroom, so I went to the event center bathroom. Because we were just walking around. And the bathroom stalls went up to, like, your chest when you were sitting at the toilet. So, like, your face would be exposed when you were, like, pooping at the toilet. It was horrible. And I think it was because, you know, I think the reasoning is they don't want people doing drugs in the bathroom. And I get it, because, like, you know, if somebody's high in the bathroom, it makes you feel unsafe or whatever. But what also makes me feel unsafe is being visible to every single person who enters the fucking bathroom. So, like, it completely defeats the purpose. It's like if you wanted to remove the tents on the sidewalks that are, you know, that block the sidewalk. And so what you did was you made the sidewalk 2 inches wide. It made me so angry. It's like, it's like at, I don't know. It's like the problem has gotten so bad that they have chosen to simply, like, be completely unfunctional or dysfunctional. Like, they've chosen to give up on having actual working bathrooms in Seattle. But there's good Thai food, so, you know, pluses and minuses. You might get assaulted by a random person on a scooter, but yeah, you get the Thai food. Okay, let's see. We need we got a lot of juicy refactors here. Oh, wait, whoops. Wait, whoops. There we are. That's what I needed. Beautiful. Strange that that's the only one that's listed in the results. Does that mean that there's been more of these? Ah, well. Yeah, we did also see a very cool art exhibit, though. So I guess I can't be too mad. Because that was the whole reason that we went there. But okay, and then we have emit signal. Actually, what if we just did UI redraw dot emit? So yeah, basically we're binding this UI redraw signal to this UI redraw signal. Okay, that makes sense. Connect. Okay. And yeah, I'll do the same thing here where we get that. We got a lot of things here. But alright. What else do I want to do today? I guess I am hoping still that I actually do get most of the level done. I mean, I guess it has been mostly done for a while. But no, I gotta actually like figure out, because there's stuff that I'm kind of stuck on in this level. And I've talked about it before, I can't let myself avoid the hard parts by bouncing to a different task. Which admittedly I'm doing right now. But this is a thing that's explicitly time wasting. And also it lets me kind of think about other things. Because yeah, this is very like by the numbers. And here again we have the same thing where we do this instead of all that stuff. Because yeah, I also want to do some more stuff with in regards to the hang on, let's see. I think that. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think what is the remaining work for this actual area. I think it's doing the playthrough. Oh yeah, it's adding those sticks at the back of it so that it's climbable. And then after that, maybe more dialogue with it. Because I would like to figure out, basically, the choice the player gets once they've completed this quest in this area is, do they trust the character Razia? Because she's the one who led them on this sort of little journey here. And, it can be... Or, she seems very suspicious, I guess I'd say. Because she talked all about, like, how bad it is that people are raiding these ruins. And then she's here ripping out important electrical components, which endangers you, and also is pretty, like, hypocritical of her, it seems. And yeah, we're gonna do the exact same thing as before, where we do this. Okay. Oh, wait, no. And then emit. That's what I needed. Admittedly, why do we need... Oh, okay, because these signals are external. I was like, does this signal just go back to call a method? But why would it do that? Why would I make a signal if I just had a method? Oh. That doesn't quite work right. There we go. Now we can go get this. Dot that. Get those there. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, and I also would like to have the map as well. I should actually, maybe I should make the map lens today. No, maybe I should I'll do the lenses after I do the writing, because I think the writing is more important. So basically, we'll do the playtest. So yeah, I'm going to have this now. CD add-ons, this. What do we do here? So refactor, no more connect string. Okay, hit add-on, or no. Add-ons and star Godot. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. And then I kind of want to do as well, while we're here, emit signal star, or that. Ooh. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. It's searching 442 files. It has significantly... It has okay, 82 matches. That's much more reasonable. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that I can, like, make this easier to do. Because, yeah, there's certainly going to be... Well, yeah, it's not really feasible to actually, like, do a full, like, automatic replacement, like, script the code to do it. Oh, look at that. We also still have this because we use double quotes occasionally. I'll have to figure that out as well, but that's fine. What I might have to look for instead is callables. But yeah, I thought I'd fixed all of these, where basically... I intentionally refactored it to always use single quotes for strings, but I guess in some of this deep code, yeah, because this is in the fast options add-on. Oh, wait, no. There we are. So yeah, make sure we get this as well. But yeah, and I'm thinking, how do I want it work in the thermal goggles and things like that? I guess I know pretty well what they are. Because the thermal goggles, their main utility is going to be detecting, like, weak points in metal. And that means basically secret paths. But I'm not sure exactly how they'll be opened. So I want to figure out what object we would use. Do we have some sort of explosive that I would want to have there? I guess I could just add another, like, equipment item. That'd be fair. And then be some sort of, like, bomb or, like, satchel charge or something like that. That makes sense. Like, sort of a like, C4 style thing. Where you place it on a wall, and then you can detonate it separately. And that way, if you accidentally use it, you're not going to kill yourself immediately. But, if you accidentally, let's do this. What am I trying to say? If you accidentally place it down and then switch back to it, forgetting that you placed one down, and then activate it again, trying to place down an explosive, you'll blow yourself up. So it'd probably have to be one of the only objects where there's like a separate detonator, or where it changes the icon of the usable item. That makes sense. I think in some of these it'd be faster to just like delete the entire line and just retype it, but oh well. Okay. I wonder how much of this stuff I even use. Also, I'm realizing now, I don't get the correct, Oh, why are these not working? Or why did these not update? Oh well. Okay. Okay, trying to think of other things that I want to talk about. I guess I'm still working on another programming language. That is a, I really want something that's statically typed but fully hot reloadable, where like you can edit any code at runtime and you can then see the update live. Because GDScript is almost that, except for the fact that some things don't update properly, and also it's not fully statically typed. So it's like 75% of what I want, which is close, but no cigar. Alright, also we should have these not have that. And then I think what I might do is search one last time for callables. Or just any reference to the keyword callable, because that'll probably be something that I didn't intend to do. Okay. Oh, another one that's connected. Oh, this one's interesting. Hang on. We actually need to do unlocked if this, else locked, dot emit now. That's fun. Yeah, it's weird. Some of these didn't update, or like didn't take. Oh, it's because I think it's because I use dot connect. So anytime that I connect a signal at a top level, it doesn't work. I think that would make sense. Yeah, so I'll just search for any instance of the word callable. Okay, any more here? Not really. Make sure that other one worked wherever it was. Yeah, okay. And then I'm thinking, how do I want to deal with the art? I think I need to do... I think it's going to be basically, once I have the gameplay of the entire demo, I'm Losing my mind. There we go. Yeah, once I have all of the demo gameplay, all of the dialogue, I think, as well for it, then I will go through and, like, really think about the art for just the sections that I'm working on. And yeah, I think I'm still debating if I want to work on At the Ends of Eras during my little 2-week break from Kitty Found a Camera, or if I'm going to work on the comic that I was talking about. I suppose I could have even different things, but... You know, I think I'd be fine with working on this more. Because, yeah, I think with the comic, it's a fun idea, but also, I've realized ideas have kind of a shelf life. Like, it's a pretty long shelf life. It can be quite long for some ideas. But every creative idea has, like, a moment in time where it's relevant, and it's not forever. And so, I think, because I've been working on that comic for basically, like, almost 10 years, I think, at this point. I think it started in, like, 2017 or something. I feel like it's very likely not relevant and interesting. Or at the very least, I don't want this game to become irrelevant and interesting before the comic does. I'd rather the comic, like... You know, I'd rather not work on the comic than not work on the game, I suppose is how I'd say it. Because I think this game also has a short shelf life. Because it's about AI. And it's already, like... I started this game in, like, 2022. It wasn't about, generative AI when the game started development. And now it kind of is. But any insight that I have could become totally out of date by the time the game is actually done. Emit signal at ready. Ooh. I don't like having that. Well, let's just have... Okay. We can just do that. And then anything that's like this. Because yeah, we're almost there. Okay. Yeah, we'll need to have more, let's do that. There we are. Yeah, because there's a lot of, it's a thing that I'd been thinking about for a while, of, like, why do, like, people's dream creative projects oftentimes wind up kind of not very good? You know what I mean? There's a lot of things where it's like, I've had this idea in my head for 15 years, and now I'm showing it to you, and it's getting, like, no attention, because it's actually not that interesting compared to my, like, more topical things. And I think it's several things. I think I've talked about this before, but I think it's, first of all, it's easy to sort of talk yourself out of good ideas if you keep fiddling with something. You know, like, a lot of work, the longer someone works on it, the worse it gets. Because at a certain point, they have stopped improving it and just started changing it. And that happens with game projects as well, where, like, the game is no longer getting better and no longer going towards some goal. It's just been, like, idling around, which honestly this game is sort of a victim of. Because it has changed quite a bit. Well, I think I've sort of, like, changed my interpretation of the same design goals throughout this game's development. But that happens quite a lot, especially as a project goes on longer and longer or has less and less feedback, I think. It's very easy to just be like, oh, well, that's old and boring. And it's like, it's not old and boring. It's because you've been working on the same thing for 15 years or whatever. You know, drawing the same characters over and over again. And over time, you just draw them worse because it's more interesting. And then, the other thing was, as I was talking about, people, or your ideas don't have an infinite duration or an infinite relevance. Yeah, let's see this. Another thing here. No more emit signal string. And actually refactor. Okay, and then I will do my last little refactor here, which is just get all instances callable and evaluate if they actually are here. How many do we got? We got a lot of them. Because, yeah, this is more of the actual signals that I didn't figure out. Okay, this one's correct. That one's correct. Yeah, all these are good. All these listeners here. This one, not correct. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish I had more time in my life, but I think part of that is I should probably just stop watching so much YouTube. Because, yeah, I'm not very good with my time. I mean, I only work like 4 hours a day. I feel like I could do at least 6 hours. Is this the one that we did? Yeah, okay. It's correct with that. Any others here? No. Okay, hang on. My nose is dripping. I think I've developed very mild allergies. Like, I used to not have allergies as a kid. But now, you know, I get the classic, like, itchy skin, runny eyes, runny nose. But not very dramatically. Why did I... Yeah, why are all of these double quotes? I don't like that. Okay, there we are. Anything else? No, I think that's fine. Wait. Oh, okay, this is the demo world. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I've done a little too much fiddling with this project, I think. I think I do need to kind of just like settle on the direction that I have and then just go with it rather than I don't know, trying to make it better, I guess, because my definition of better is changing from what it was in the past. So I'm falling into the same traps that I've described for other people. But I suppose that's kind of like the fate of a lot of people. You know, they can articulate the mistakes of others, but not really learn from them. There we are. Yeah, thankfully this game is diverse enough that, like, I don't... It's not so unbearable to just keep working on it. In the project, or in the phase. Well, in its current form, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully I don't, like, dramatically change it. In fact, I should probably start thinking more and more about, like, how do I simplify? How do I wrap it up? You know? Oh yeah, nowadays we don't need to use global stat change. I don't think that even exists anymore. We'd use a save load listen, or save load subscribe. Because yeah, the save load system now lets the node subscribe to an individual stat changing, rather than listening to every single stat that changes and manually checking each one. Yeah, very common thing with areas of certain types, where I have just, you know, immediately connect to our body entered signal. In fact, that's probably like most of these remaining things. Sometimes the mouse is just faster. Huh. Yeah, so many things that no longer do, or that are no longer, like, meaningful. Oh, wait, hang on. Any one of these that has a callable self, we need to handle differently than callable obj. Because these ones, we actually get rid of this whole thing and do that. This one, we actually do obj dot this stuff. And I think that, there we go. Oh, and I see this one is because these are all disconnecting. There we are. Oh, wait. I saw... Did I see another connect? No, okay. I thought I saw a connect with a string attached. Oh, interesting. These ones now. Okay. Oh. There we are. And now we're in the Rain World soundtrack as well. Anything else that I need? Nope, that looks good. Alright, I'm just gonna... yeah. We can just do... that. Do we have any more things here? Any more that are incorrect? No, I think those are all good. These are... Okay, this event bus... Admittedly, I never actually wound up using the event bus. I basically always just use stats instead, because the stat events are just like the event bus, except persistent, because they're actually saved. And I don't think there's ever really an instance where I want something to happen, like, across chunks, but I don't want it to be saved, you know? Like, if a door opens, almost always, I want it to actually, like, be there. Oh, and I guess in other news, I've submitted the store page for Kitty Found a Camera for review on Steam. And once that's done, I'm just gonna let it loose. I'm gonna publish the itch.io page, gonna publish the website, gonna upload this, or like, publish the trailer on YouTube. That'll be cool. See, callable. Okay, and that has the sort custom that thing on visibility changed. Okay, and I think this is the last of our things. Let's double check it. Yeah, I think now it's only legitimate instances of callable that are like dynamically created or that where I like need different references. So we'll just close everything. Oh wait, no. Okay. Oh, I must have at some point added the scene to one of those refactors. Oh well. Refactor. Yeah, no more connect string. Okay, and then we can reload everything that ever existed. I wish it would like let me click on the things that have errors. That would be cool if it like what is the point of showing me this if I can't like oh well whatever main menu GD like what is the error here? Oh wait, right, I forgot. Now I actually need to have the script viewer. Okay, well, let's not have the editor then. Because, yeah, I still need the ability to have that work. Okay, too many arguments for load sync. Expected at most 2, but received 3. Interesting. Then there's another one, like UI.gd. Equipped is not declared in the current scope. Right, because that doesn't exist anymore. And I think that means that I should just not have that, because, yeah, I don't think that's correct at all, even. Gravity stun emit false. We're already finding revealing bugs. Coat pickup. Like, what's the malfunction here? Oh, nothing? Okay, OBS crashed there. Classic, yeah. Godot and OBS. Yep, all that stuff's fucked up. Oh, well. Yeah, I think there is just something wrong with, Windows and Godot and OBS all interacting with each other, because sometimes it's an actual straight-up blue screen, and I am still thinking it's this monitor specifically. It's unfortunate that, like, software has gotten so bad, you know, because you'll see this amazing hardware, and it feels like the hard part is just making software that isn't utter garbage. Okay, let's check locked button. What? Oh, I must have done something emit. Yeah, okay, I see. I forgot to do the dot emit here. Toggled is not a function. Who else do we have? So locked button has those errors. Lila.gd. Wait and prompt is not declared. Huh. So we don't have this anymore, do we? Wait, then where do we prompt for ending the game? I guess we don't? Huh. But okay, it seems like that was the main issue. Okay. And then we're back to what we were before. Got all of our stuff. And now it should hopefully be a bit more resistant to any future refactors where like I rename a signal or remove a signal or something like that. It should hopefully tell me earlier and not like in the middle of the game. And not like silently fail either, which is really I think the worst possible situation. But okay, get back to here. Fixes for refactor. But okay, let's go to Blender now, because that's the actual thing that we need here. Does this... I thought this terminal was would like, well, whatever. Some program I have, actually, when I create a tab, it creates it in the same directory, and I like that, and I don't know why it doesn't always do that. But okay. Oh, wait, hang on. That is my most recent. Interesting. Okay, so... Oh, wait. We actually now need to open the panels, because these are what has the thing. And then I need to remember which way these actually work. We don't need this at all. Why is this even open? Okay, it seems like the concavity... Hang on, I'm going to move this. It seems like they're concave facing toward us, so if I put little sticks just going this way... So let's do... Ooh, we're going to need... I'm going to add a little thing here. Oh, wait, no. World origin. Empty object. Let's do like a sphere. And this is going to be our arms. And for now, they're just going to be like this. Actually. That's probably good enough for now. So yeah, this will be like arm 1 S body. And basically we're going to have one of these for all 70 of these. And do I want to actually what I can do is just like, oh, that's not going to, no, that's going to be, I can do something like this. And then just do that for each of these. But I think I'm going to actually try to figure out how to make this properly. And that would be basically creating a script here. Go to like console. bpy dot data dot, what do we got? Objects. So for obj in data dot or bpy data objects, obj dot, what do we got here? Can we print obj? Okay. So we can get the names here, and then if we get the, let's see, data objects. So can we get like panel, medium, kinematic, dot, name, maybe? And then, okay, so we get that. And then we should be able to get the position of it. Origin. No, transform. Trying to figure out where would we actually get its, we could do matrix world. No, I don't think that's really going to be what I want, or what I want. Location. Location must be, yeah, okay. Okay. And so I think what I can do then is, can we do bpy.data or ops.copy? Duplicate? bpy.ops. I think it's object. Okay. And then what we can do is we can, I think, duplicate an object through bpy.ops. Duplicate. Linked equals false. Okay. So basically what we would do is we would duplicate an object. Okay. I think I know what I can do. For obj in bpy.ops. Oh, but how do we get the Ooh. I'm trying to think, how do we actually create a linked equals true, mode equals, what modes do we have? I'm going to say object. Does that work? Okay, no. Translation, rotation, resize, init dummy, I basically want to have the object selected. Actually, what do we get if we just do obj equals? So if we just, yeah, if we have this as it is, new obj equals this. No, okay. So that doesn't help us because then, but actually, wait, it does help us because we automatically select it. Okay, so I think what I can do then is for panel in bpy data objects. Actually, let's make this a bit bigger. We will do a bpy ops object duplicate linked equals true. And then I think what I can do is, oh, we need to get the selected object. And I think that's going to be, can I like control C? Can I like cancel this? How do I cancel this? I don't think I can. Hang on. bpy cancel, or yeah, Blender Python console cancel. So yeah, what are the shortcuts here? Cancel. Cut, copy, paste, indent, unindent, autocomplete, Control F, Control A, backspace, delete, Control backspace, return, Shift return, add a command to history without return. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, there we are. Shift return. That didn't do anything. Oh, am I not in Blender? Oh, yeah, I'm in Blender 4.5.6. Hang on. Clear line removes everything from the prompt line. That doesn't work, it doesn't seem. What if I did home? No, that doesn't work. Okay, just close the console. Save this. It's okay. I guess it's gonna also take 20 minutes to save. Oh right, because it's one of those Blender things. Okay, but what I need is go back to Blender. So yeah. Oh, what? Huh? Nothing works. Nothing works. Okay. If, and then Python. Okay, if, object. Or if panel.name. Hang on, let's do panel name dot begins starts s equals panel name s dot starts with. Okay. Okay, and then I also want to have some way of duplicating an object, and I think I can do that without having to do the bpyops, because I hate bpyops. So create bpy dot can we, like, how do we create an object? No, so we can't do it from here. So I'm going to see if I can actually just bpy create object, or duplicate object. Because yeah, bpyops sucks. Because you have to, like, actually have the object selected, and then it fucks up all of your, like, editor context. I want to be able to just, like, here is the object that I want to duplicate. Duplicate that. In fact, I have that in here somewhere. If we go back to Jak for assets, no, wrong thing. Assets, environment. I should have in here my wall builder. Oh, okay, good. We do bpy data objects new. Okay, and then we create a thing here. Oh, wait, no, that's linking this user collection. Okay, that links it to our collection that we want. So how do we actually get the data from this? I think that's from... Yeah, I think what I'll have to do is we'll have to get our selected object, and that'll be from bpy context, I think. So I'm going to do that by just doing arm1 equals bpy data bpy context selected or something like that. Selected objects. Can we do like selected object 0? Okay. So yeah. That'll get us the object, because that's the same as in the wall builder when we get these walls here. I believe. Sister children recursive. Remove. Yeah, how does this thing work exactly? We should somewhere in here create or like add the objects, which I'm not sure exactly how we do. Place pillar is probably what it is. Okay, we can literally just call copy. And I'm going to also have this here. So yeah, we'll just have like a arm copy equals arm1 copy, and then we'll dot link arm1. In fact, we should also have the parent of an object. Can we do that actually? So if I did this as like arm equals that, arm dot parent. Okay. Children add. Huh, how do we add a child? Property overridable parent. Because I'm trying to figure out how I would do this here. I wonder if I can do that with arm. So create a copy of this data block not supported for all data blocks. The result is added to the blend data file with all references to the data block from within the same thing. So I think what I'd do is then basically just basically obj, oh no, arm2.user collection 0 dot objects. Oh wait, no. This is supposed to still be arm. Oh, I see. This was what I needed. And then we do dot objects dot link arm2. Okay. And then that means arm2 exists. And then actually, can I do like arm2 dot location plus equals. Actually, let's check what this is first. Let's say like equals vector 0. I think it's a tuple. Like that. Okay, so we can actually just set the location. That's good to know. Okay. Because what we do then is arm copy dot location equals panel location. And is there anything else that I guess what I could do is I don't care. I was going to say I could parent the things, but I'm just going to do this. Oh, wait. Okay. Then we're going to copy this and paste it and do that. Almost. OBJ is not defined, and that's because this is supposed to be arm. Arm1 S body is already in collection. Because we need to do arm copy. And that means that I also need to have, oh wait, yeah, let's have this somewhere in here. This will be, yeah, environment, arms.i. Okay, because now we actually need to go to the, not the outliner. Actually, yeah, the outliner. We need to go to the Blender file, because now there's some objects that don't exist anywhere. Yeah, these two. There we are. Okay. That saved me maybe like 5 minutes of work. But it's good to keep my brain sharp with like Blender scripting, because someday I might need to do Blender scripting. But okay, so that has these here, and the issue is... Oh, okay, and they actually, because they're copies, they still have the same parent. Good. But okay, yeah, the main downside is the fact that none of them will move with their associated object. Which actually I should probably have done differently. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of these. Delete the rest of these. I'm gonna fix that by just setting its parent maybe. So I'm gonna even remove this from there. And we're gonna do like arm copy parent equals panel. I think I can just set the parent. How do we get the Python console easily? Shift F4. Almost, except for the fact that now I think the location actually needs to be 0. I think this needs to be vector. Okay, so let's undo that. There we go. Easy as can be. So now all of these will move with their associated child, and these should be, if we do this, good, perfect. So yeah, not an amazing, like, it's not quite convincing yet, exactly. But if we go back into here, now there should be a whopping 490 of these little arms facing the wrong way, which is okay, because I can just do arm. I can't select. Can I select by name? Oh, wait, no. Shift S? I thought Shift G did something. Oh, no, I see. Okay. And, yeah, sadly... Hang on. Can I do Blender select by name? Actually, what if I just did B... So if we, bpy context object. Oh, wait, no. Data objects. I think I can do panel large kinematic. Can I do select? I'm seeing if I can, like, what does this do? Select get. Test if the object is selected. Oh, okay. Select set. True? Look at that. I can select anything by anything. So we can just do for obj in bpy dot data objects if obj dot name starts with arm, we will then do obj dot select set true. Look at that. And then all I need to do is that, and then maybe a little bit of moving back like that. Ta-da! It's as if I knew what I was doing. And then actually a couple of these don't need it. So on the very edge here, I think these outermost ones don't actually need the thing, because they're eventually not going to move. That looks about right to me. Okay. Well, actually, maybe even like these three. Or I guess those two. Yeah, those were the two most problematic ones. But okay. Now this should make it a bit easier for the player to actually get out of here. And this will be a good enough, like, placeholder type thing, I think. Let's go to arm. And we're just going to do, like, copper pipe for now. And let's see. Okay, that is a local thing. Good. So that means now we're getting closer. Because, yeah, next up would be, like, I think pre-compiling some sort of inverse kinematics for the objects. Well, how would I want to do that, really? Let's get Razia in here. We can start doing... I think that's the last thing that I need to do the playthrough. Yeah, I'm quite happy that I'm starting to get the hang of Blender scripting. Because it's not about just learning the code, but also, like, learning how to learn in Blender. But okay. Actually, options. Why did it start at -1? Okay. Oh, yeah, I still need to fix the bug where, I need to start figuring out what I want for the demo. I think I might even make a whole new to-do list. Yeah, I'll do that. Opulent medium. Okay, so, level design. So we have, let's call this like demo. So we're going to have an Acropolis. Oh wait, we should probably do won't ship for these. So yeah, Vishar, is that what it was called? And then dream intro. Then I'm going to have bugs. And that'll be dialog does not advance, or dialog does not focus on a reply if there was no message. Let's reply. Or if there's no message, let's say that. Okay, and this will be just in here as... Why do I have like 3 backups here? Like, we don't need, like... Oh, wait, but these are projects. Hang on. Yeah, because if we go here, project. Okay, here's where it is. So we actually need opulent medium.npt. So yeah, let's simplify, just make a whole new thing. Level design, bugs, art. So yeah, we're going to have like a environment... UI, characters. I think that's good for that. Then we're also going to need like dialogue. Okay. So yeah, this way I just have bugs that are specifically for the demo. and that'll keep me sane. Because, yeah, I think I'll also eventually reintegrate this with, like, the, Huh. Yeah, it seems like there's something wrong with the, adjacency, because I guess I'll just recalculate that. Basically, run that, run that. Maybe those weren't working. Oh, Razia still can't get up basic steps. Eventually we need to have that. And I'll say follower specifically for, like, the follower mechanics. But okay. Alright. So we plop down here. Okay. Razia is just stuck on everything, I guess. Oh, I'm realizing we don't even... Wait, hang on. Why'd the UI hide? And also, why do I have the time gun? Oh, I see, because I already have... Okay, yeah. Because I already did everything. But okay, bugs, UI should no longer get hidden. So why is it, like, why is the UI invisible? Like, that should only be if I don't have any equipment. I'll figure that out later. I don't need that right now. I need to test the actual, like, level. And now... Okay. And then also another bug. The resetter does not play the animation properly. Because, yeah, it's supposed to be like they fade out and then fade back in. Ugh. This area still kind of sucks. Yeah, I think that whole little section there is just not very good. So I'm just going to put that as, like, because I don't mind the first little bits. Where the heck is that? Probably this area. This area's gotten so dense. Yeah, room 1 exit challenge is not very fun. I think it's too, let's just say, too much jumping, catching, tripping on ledges. Because, yeah, it's not really a challenge to just do 45 small jumps in a row, but there's not really much else that I have with that. I guess I could have you, like, climb up something. But okay. Then we have this one, which does that, which is okay. And then, yeah, this area, I guess this area is fine. In terms of, like, letting the player experience these challenges. You know, getting familiar with things like fans, the timed switches. I probably need some other things that the player can, like, do with this time gun, though. Because maybe moving platforms that you have to, like, get onto. Because I had that for the Foundry, basically. Which was a place where, like, you basically would press a button, and then an object would move past you, and you had to jump onto it at a certain time, and then jump off of it at various other times. And I think having something like that would be good, to show things that are, like, too fast. And then also, we can see that the notifications are now in the wrong place. Let's say UI or like redo layout of notifications. Because yeah, we need all the sorts of things. But okay, then we can come into here. Oh yeah, and then we actually need to have things like start animating. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So yeah, basically what happens here is I get to here, and she should, yeah, then that retracts, and then I jump off right there. I stand here. Okay, and then she sits back down. I pull the lever, then she comes back out. Okay. And we can also see the lights are flickering. I love it. Aren't I using forward plus rendering? Isn't it supposed to be better about that? But okay, the player should see, like, this is way too fast for them, and there's utterly no hope whatsoever of getting over there. In fact, I might want an even more immediate obstacle, like a spinning platform that's, like, too fast for you to stand on, even. Oh yeah, I don't even need it, because I already got the time gun, I forgot. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, let's use an item. Let's see what she thinks about this. Okay. So yeah, now we're basically reiterating what I've done before. Wait, what? Why can't I... It took me like 45 minutes to figure out how to do that move. But okay. What? Razia, you can't stand in there. Oh yeah, we need the time slow UI as well. So let's say like in-game. So yeah, redo layout for that. Cool indicator for slowed time. Did my music stop? What's happening? No, okay, it's just almost completely silent. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so I think that area, the playground, needs some work. It's not... Well, I think the final little exit thing needs work. Let's say that. Playground. Exit needs work. And maybe some other thing that you can move on. Let's say that, because yeah, right now, there's not a lot of stuff that actually moves. Alright, and then also I want Razia to spawn not off the ledge. She should not spawn over the open air. And I think the way that I would do that is by, like, having some sort of, like, binary search where, like, if this is too far away, you know, if I'm here, she's gonna spawn all the way over here. So maybe we just have, like, I guess maybe first of all, we would search, like, this area, then this area. And then if those fail, we cut the length in half. So that way, like... Oh. So that way Razia basically will, like, spawn behind us, ideally. And if she can't spawn behind us, she spawns to the side. And then if she can't do that, she, like, searches even closer to us. And here, I want a lot more ability to roll jump. That area is, like, too precarious, I'd say. And that, what do I call this area? This is Refresher 1? Is that right? I guess it is? No, that doesn't seem right. I guess I'll just call it chamber backing. Chamber backing. More room for roll jumping. Also make the pipes kill you. Or make the water fatal. Right now it's not actually dangerous. But okay. And here, I'll have to figure out what I want for these. Oh, okay, we can just go here. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what I want aesthetically for the wires, because right now they don't look very good. Wait, I forgot. We literally could have, like, we could have just, like, we didn't really need to do any of that. Oh, wait. Yeah, why is that not working now? So yeah, bug adjacent nodes, or specifically the necropolis, doesn't appear when we're in the ossuary. Okay. So then back here, I want to try moving the medium again. Try to getting back behind the medium's panels. Okay. Oh, okay. It takes a bit of time. Fancy schmancy. So yeah, now what I need to do is get up to like here. Okay, I like these arms here. Oh. Well. Razia, I need help, Razia. Oh, okay. So yeah, we need a relative checkpoint. That's another thing that I think it's finally time, it's high time that I actually, like, make checkpoints relative to the ground or something. Because yeah, like when we talk to Razia here, we should be like, the checkpoint should mark this node as the ground that we were on. So that way when it moves up and down, we still have it. But okay, I'll try this again. Because I think my issue was, well, first of all, why did I tunnel through it? Okay, and I should probably readjust this so I can roll jump off of it. Okay. Yeah, we'll need to make sure that this works when the medium is doing a bit more stuff. And also, we still need to make sure that this actually, like, does things. Oh, wait, hang on. I see the issue. I'm not standing on the object for some reason. Which is interesting. So I think it must be this animation player is not set to physics. Wait, where does that happen? Animation player should have it, right? What? Process? Callback mode. Okay, physics. There we go. Okay, so that should let me... Okay. That should eventually let me do something. And now we can... Okay, this is fun. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, it feels very strange now. But okay, and then we pull the lever, and then this is locked open. Really in it now. Okay. And we need one-time switches as well, so I'm going to add that as, like, a feature. One-time switches. Because, yeah, we need things that can, like, permanently enable this, because disabling it doesn't make any sense. And, yeah. Eventually, all of these will be arms that have some sort of logic to them. So it seems pretty clear that it'll be very difficult to create it. Oh, and then we also need level design in here. The inner chamber we need to make more interesting. What is this called? Boundary. Some level, or some way up to the other, or up to the exit. Because, yeah, I'd like it to potentially maybe not require the time gun. I was going to say that it should, but I think it'd be nice to take a break from it, especially since that's supposed to require it, and it doesn't yet. So, yeah, let's say that as well, actually, while I'm looking at it. Because that is, I think it's just medium chamber? Yeah. Medium, we still don't need... Yeah, because we still need that. And also here, I don't like how these pipes are septagon, or no, hexagons. Because, yeah, it's very awkward to, like, walk on them since there's literally an edge. Oh, wait, also, I forgot to mention here. Make roof of open elevator longer so I can roll jump more easily. It's just kind of annoying. So how do we... yeah, this area needs some actual, like, level design to it. How would we get up to anything, really? Actually, let's fix this area first off. Because, yeah, it sucks. So yeah, first order of business, get these. There we go, now we can walk on them like a civilized human being. And then our next thing should be... Because if we crawl up to here, then we have the potential to jump to here, but I need something... Well, first of all, I don't think this is actually where the entrance would be. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have any, like, relationship to anything. I think what I'd want is actually, like, pipes, maybe, coming out through this wall into here, and then this is something else. It's like maybe we have a doorway that's closed down here. And then, yeah, up here we'd have, pipes going through. So let's copy, like, one of these. There we go. Inner loop. Origin. There we are. So basically, I want to have something like that. So now it's like, I see, there's some sort of logical reason for this to be here. This big chamber type thing. And then we could even have one of these be like slightly damaged or something perhaps, and then it's like, oh, there's an interesting like connection here. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, this should make it a little bit easier to hit that, at the very least. Okay. Solidify this. I'm going to cut right here. That was not what I wanted. There we are. And then what I can do is like 0.3 or something like that. How do these not work? What if I just did like inner region? Close enough. And then we have this move down, and then we do this. Okay, that feels about right. So that way we can go up and over this thing without hitting that. And then we should probably have, I guess I'll just have a fan that blows you upward here. And then we'll have something else here, like maybe another fan, actually. And then it's like, you have to get out here. Right, actually, we only need... Right, we can just rip a vertex like that. Oh, look at that. Now I'm really experimental. Have the pipe torn in multiple places? Crazy. It's more likely than you think. But okay, now we got ruptured pipes. So now the player can either get into here, or I think in the final version it'll just be in this pipe, and then I'll have the fans attached to that. Yeah, pretty soon I'll need to plug up these holes. But for now... There we are. Oh wait, no. I had the pipe. And then, I think I'll just have a grating on this side. I'll figure out how to do that. I know. Bam. That there. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. When I click the thing, it's specifically to make it, but that's okay. Oh yeah, but now we have, I'll just put a little bug down here, actually. You know what? And eventually we'll have some sort of grating that leads down into the center of the world on that side, and on this side. I love Godot. I love the Godot game engine. Well, at least I didn't lose anything important. What did I even lose? Probably the, whatever. Pipe. Okay, and then we'll... Actually, we won't get that. We'll get this. This. Fan. I'm a big fan. And then, what have you? Probably a bug. And then that should be fine for this area, because that means now, it should do what it does. Oh yeah. Now, I can see if this makes me not want to kill myself. Good news, I can just walk. I can just walk on the thing. Isn't that beautiful? In fact, I kind of want to be able to, like, get up higher, even, to do some extra stuff. I think that'd be more of a bonus, though. But okay. This is just kind of an awkward jump. Because we can kind of jump over here. You know, well, I'm trying to think. Do I like the jump feeling like this? Where it's kind of awkward and difficult to, like... You know, where the rooting is part of the challenge, basically. Or do I want it to be something where, where it's more, like, obvious, always. Also, why is this, Oh, I see, because this side just goes deeper. There we are. And then we have two different ways to go. And hopefully she doesn't teleport through the doors. She doesn't. So yeah, I think Razia will probably have to help explain to the player here, like, okay, so there seems to be two different ways to go from these two different pipes. That's fun. I like that. And I like that there's a ruptured pipe, ooh, here. I think an important thing for this art is going to be making it very coherent, or like making sure the player knows which way a pipe is going. That'll be a good... Actually, yeah, let's put that in here as like environment. Oop. Opulent. Medium. Let's say cooling. So this will be pipe texture should indicate direction. Because the player might respawn inside a pipe, and I want them to know which way they were looking before. But okay. And this way, yeah, you get into this sort of back area, and eventually this will also be like just a larger repeating structure. So that way the player doesn't feel like, you know, it's so contrived. And the big question, of course, is how do I make the falling platforms and the floating platforms look good? You know, all this stuff that's just kind of floating here. And, of course, we'll need an actual doorway. Wait, why don't I have just the doorways that I use for everything else? Like... hang on, I'll let that do its thing for a bit. Because I can literally get, like, a CSG cylinder something or other. This. Get that. And then attach that to a door, right here. Ta-da! Let's save and quit and then go back in. In fact, let's move this door such that this wall is a bit more flush. Oh, wait, no. Basically correct. Because, yeah, now we have clearly locked ourselves out of there, and hopefully... Actually, what I might do is put a death plane above us, or below us here. Trying to think how I would want to work that in. Because, yeah, I don't like having, Well, I like having the levels be super, interconnected like this. I love being able to, like, look down and be like, oh, that's where we used to be. But I also don't like, the player having to manually reset if they fall down there. I want there to be... Maybe I just have to add fall damage. You know, if the player falls all the way down, they should just die. And then we got more chaotic stuff. Oh, wait. The player might think they have to fall down there, especially if... Well, hang on. What is that place, actually? Wait, is that a place... Oh, that's from later in the game. Hang on. I should put a death plane above us. Or below us there. Basically, yeah, because the player should not be able to go down here. They should have, like, this, for example. And then if I can, like, thread this needle... Oh, wait, actually, yeah, this will be totally fine. Basically, I just move this a little bit. Until it, There we go. I think. We have very, very thin walls here. But okay. Now, we don't see that area. So yeah, until I have fall damage, which honestly I will just put as a feature that I need. Because that'll make it a lot easier for the player to, like, determine, like, oh, I was supposed to die there, so I should, like, manually reset. Oh yeah, and then here, the big thing that I needed to do was actually make this interesting. Because yeah, I think everything else so far has been fine. But yeah, I think here, I don't know if I even want to have, How do I want this to look? Okay, Razia should not exert any force on us. She should not exert force on us. She should not fall down slopes. So yeah, it's unacceptable that she can, like, knock the player off of anything. But yeah, so, I guess these do make it a smidge harder to navigate, because you can be like, oh, okay, we go this way. But yeah, I want more. I want to figure out, what do I want to figure out? I'm trying to think of, like, what exactly do I want to be in here to block the player from just going this way, around these. Because, yeah, I want the player to have to interface with these pipes. You know, I want them to climb on them like this. I do not want Razia to knock you out of them. Yeah, because that's, again, not acceptable. So yeah, we need some sort of area where it's like... Razia just knows that she's not supposed to be there. I guess what I would say is just, oh, that was interesting. I bumped on her head, and that was the secret to standing on her head. Or no, that was the secret to getting out of here. I don't like that flickering when the... Flickering when sleeping. And also we should have, like, status UI when we're sleeping. Yep. So, status UI when sleepy. Yeah, the main thing I'm trying to figure out is what exactly do I want in this little area to, yeah, force the player to platform within these pipes more. How would I block them from, I guess what I could do, is just have a wall, like here, that goes straight vertically. And then it kind of, like, interfaces through the pipes. I'll try that. Oh, wait, I should probably not save where the pipe is going to be, so I don't have to soft lock myself. Actually, wait, I just realized, does this go down into the death plane? Oh no, okay. So I can still survive down here. Huh, interesting that that's where it chose to save me. Okay. So yeah, what we need is a little thing called love. Let's call this platform barrier collision. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're basically stuck in a big radiator. So I want this, I think I want this to go all the way out to here. So yeah, basically the player can't simply platform on this. Don't it like this? I guess that feels fine. Because I think that at least gets us to like platform into this stuff a little bit. But we can just kind of climb on this wall and then go up. And then plop down over. It might be even better to completely remove all of this section here. Or like to basically just, you know, effectively push it back like this. How would that feel? No, but then you can just walk around this still. I'll test this. See if this is okay. And I might even have a little bit of like, right here. Have that go all the way up to the top. So it's like some sort of massive bracket that's holding the thing. Okay, let's see how this fares. Okay. Alright, and we also need to check, or make this thing actually, like, corroded. But okay, I think that adds just enough to make it so the player will kind of, like, want to jump into these loops. Because I don't really need them to, like... I don't need to force them to do anything here. I can just, like, have this be a weird little place that they just, like, are interfacing with. And yeah, if I want... Because if I want them to do something up there, I can just add, like, secret collectibles at the top of this place and stuff like that. And they can just kind of explore around. Yeah, that just breaks up the sight line, so it's, like, a bit more overwhelming. And then the next step will be, yeah, adding things, like, up there for you, if you really can, like, get into this stuff. Yeah, you kind of need to, like... Razia, stop being a hassle. Okay. That seems okay. I think I need to go outside more, because I think I've developed allergies. The Washington air has made me soft. I'm now complacent. My body is so unused to being outside that simply pollination makes my nose runny. But okay. So that works. So next thing to do is just go this way. And this is actually the easier way, because you shouldn't have to, like, time those. I don't think you're supposed... Actually, I'll double check that. Oh, I see. It's because the defaults were changed. Did Godot crash again? It crashed again. The game is running, but Godot isn't. I should eventually actually, like, fix this. Yeah, it didn't even save this. Okay. There we go. That works. And then these. So these two... Oh, God. I just wish I could click on the thing that I was looking at and then have it, like, be the thing that I'm editing. It, like, kills me every time. Okay, so I'm gonna say, like, 8 here, maybe? And then, like, 8 here, perhaps? Because, yeah. Oh, yeah, it doesn't work until I actually, like, save and quit. Okay. So now it does what I want, where it's a less dangerous version of this challenge. And yeah, we really need directional textures on these pipes, so that way you can actually see what's happening here. How... Oh, that's actually going to be an absolute total nightmare, I'm realizing. Oh, this area has nothing. I just remembered. Like, this is completely trivial and boring. Oh yeah, I also need to keep track of when the UI in the bottom left disappears. Oh, right there. Right after dialogue. That is probably... Let's put that in bugs, UI. UI should no longer get hidden after dialogue. Why did that happen? Game. Get node. Hang on, where the hell's the log in the actual game then? Because I've seen this happen. Player. Okay, let's go to UI, gaming. Should be somewhere in here. It is here. Hang on. So what the heck is game then? Game UI is gaming. Game.get node log. It's here. Hang on. Game.get children? No, that's gonna be a lot of stuff. Wait, no, that's not that bad. It's also less than I think it's supposed to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, one of them is missing. What? Hang on. What are these all? Multiplayer... what? Multiplayer authority. Oh, I don't know. Okay, UI lenses, that's fine. Multiplayer authority. This is just a plain box container. Custom game. Reset bar. Okay, so this should be log then. No, it just skipped log. Okay, interesting. Okay, very interesting, very fascinating thing there. Also, what the hell is this box? Oh, it's the... Wait, I don't... Oh, it's because of this crap. Okay. I forgot the inspector itself does weird crap now. Okay, so game log was deleted. What I'm going to do is, when we exit the tree here, print stack, print debug exiting. Okay. Oh, wait. F12. Okay. Who's shooting me? Somebody's shooting me. I can smell it. Oh yeah, we have to go down here. But okay. And then we come out to here, and then Razia janks out and breaks. What is she doing? Hang on. Go to Razia. So what is the malfunction with these characters? Because they just seem totally incapable of, like, going up slopes now. And I think it must be... So if we go to NPC... Something with their body now. When we move... Ground normal. Yeah, what is happening to Razia here? She's doing this stuff. So our ground normal is that. Which... Okay, that feels about right. She's, like, up against the slope. So yeah, what is our desired velocity? Our target velocity was this. Wait, what? Wait, hang on, I'm stupid. This was our target velocity was like 0.01, whatever the heck it just said. Why is it not telling? Godot is, it's just like, it told me what it was at one point while I was debugging, but now it's not. But okay, so where did this come from, and why is it not? So body, move, walk, T velocity here. So this target velocity is something completely different. Target velocity here, set walk velocity here. Is this the issue then? Because yeah, our velocity is completely nonsensical. Oh, I see. First of all, they should be able to actually, like, rotate. Ooh, how do we do that, though? Huh. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to accelerate like this. Actually, let's do, like, if tval equals 0 here. We're going to set that there. Because we need to get some of that. There we go. Now she can actually go up slopes. She has the power. Where'd you go? There you go. So yeah, now we're in a spooky area. Things have been collapsed. And then this will start doing that, and the player should be like, uh-oh. This bridge isn't very fun, honestly. But okay. And then we're in here, which is a weirder place. Oh yeah, I need to fix the dialog viewer, like hiding my UI. But okay. That's there, and then... need to find all the enemies. Well, now we got some fun guys here. Okay. So, like, why does game not have log? If we go to evaluator, game.hasNode log. It doesn't have log, which is impossible because it's in the UI. It's literally in the UI. Hang on. Let's skip that. Save and quit. And double check here. So if we go back to the evaluator, game dot oh wait, no. We need to be in right log here. Okay, we also need to figure out where the heck the enemies are now. No treats for me? What the heck? Okay. So, evaluator. Yeah, it has it. It somehow deleted it. Something deleted the node. Give it up for the second crash of the day. The second OBS crash of the day. Awesome. Alright, well, let's make sure that nothing works. Okay, those work. Alright, go back to Godot. Okay, this. Now I don't even know how long I've been streaming. When did I start? 3, I think? But alright. So, yeah. There's some issue with Godot's debugger. I should also really figure that out. So I'm going to put that in Tools. Why is Godot crash? And there'll be 2 issues. There'll be one for when using debugger, and then also when saving a changed, or when saving a scene. Because it seems to be something to do with my Godot integration. The game is already not working. Oh, right, because I was set a breakpoint there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this raises the question. There we go. What the fuck? What? Why did it do that? So exiting. Okay, and that doesn't tell us when it was freed or why it was freed. Is it because Echo is causing that? Hang on, hang on. Echo Q free. Oh, because this was probably supposed to be something else. It's probably supposed to be L.Q free. Okay, well that makes sense, because I changed that code, so it would make sense that it would not work anymore. Okay. I'm gonna eat the last of my gummy bears. I had gummy bears that were made with fruit juice, and then I bought the same brand of gummy bears, but they weren't as good. Because they didn't make them with fruit juice in these ones. I don't know why. It's like this particular strain of gummy bears is worse. Do these guys just always respawn? What the hell's going on? Who's our last enemy? I think it must be a guy that's up there. I guess I can test now if I can actually like, get up there. What's even the point of this? I should probably like be better at like designing these areas. Okay, I'm going insane. Go to... just put some fucking, like, panels around. Okay, because where the hell are we? We're probably stuck deep in... we're probably right here in this chamber. So yeah, we need this to be somewhere else, I think. Or we can do, square panels. Something like that. Just so that we have, like, anything to grab onto. And that clearly means that well, these might actually still be tall enough to get around this. And then we don't need this. Godot is insane. I don't know what crack it's smoking to, like, complain about all this stuff. Okay, then I'm just going to have these here. Try this again. Also, I'm spawning down here, and I think it's because, Okay, why the fuck are these not, like... Why are these enemies respawning constantly? Hang on. Enemy group. None of these guys respawn. I'm gonna kill myself. What the fuck? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna put absolutely vital thing, checkpoints everywhere. So yeah, right now, there's still the issue of the checkpoints regularly don't, like, apply. Or, there's not checkpoints in each room. So when I actually hold the button to respawn, it does this, but okay. Okay, so where is that stupid idiot? So it's this fucker. So why is he not, like... Why did he not die? So if we save and quit... Okay, so save and quit again. Try again. Oh wait, but I'm going to fall to the bottom of the earth because the thing isn't going to work. Okay, I think now it should be fixed. So we have like 17 bugs all conspiring together. One was the enemies weren't set to respawn, or the enemies were set to respawn. The other was this area isn't climbable. Another was when I started the game, the CSG boxes don't have collision for the first frame or something like that. Oh well. Yeah, this area could look a little cooler. I think I'm fine with the actual, like, simple mechanics, though. Of just, like, platform on one more falling bridge, and then on this pipe. And then we come into the pipe. Ooh, risky. Yeah. And then this will be, like, our one final little gauntlet, which is to go up into this tube, which has a bunch of fans in it, and you have to slow down time to get past the tube, or fans. Perfect run. It's very easy to get killed by that. But okay, then we come into here. And so now we platform back out, and I'm going to see how complicated that is, because it should hopefully not be too difficult. Especially once we have more of the arm components, because these should go all the way back to, like, here. I can feel, like, the left side of my head is, like, pulsing from rage, from pure rage, at the enemies at the enemies respawning, even though I set them to not respawn. Or I swear I did. Maybe the Godot editor isn't reliable. That would be a shocker. Who could have foreseen that? Says the guy who manually, like, hard codes all of his signal connections because the editor will just break them. Just break every single signal all at once. Okay, so this isn't a this isn't a very difficult platforming gauntlet. Well, I mean, I guess it is in the sense that it's, like, a lot of little things. But it's not as long to get up here as I thought it would be. But okay, then I need to figure out how do we actually like get all the way up to where do we actually get out here? I'm realizing I don't actually know. Oh yeah, we can kind of just go back into the inner workings. Hang on. I need to get on top of this stuff now. Okay. If we can get into there. Do I have my... There we are. Look at that. My night vision. If we can get into that area, then we can get into the home stretch. And that is... I think I just do a long jump. Ooh, how do we do that? Spooky. Thank you, Razia. Thank you again, Razia. Okay, well, we're gonna spawn like 50 billion miles away. Yeah. Player, toggle, no clip. Yeah, so I need to still figure out the actual way, so once we get into this area... We might want to have, like, a pipe up here or something like that. So that way the player can, like, climb up into here and follow a pipe, like, here and then down. Yeah, because now we have... The arms are good enough that I can actually, like, follow them. Yeah, headaches are troublesome. Because, yeah, at least for me, it's usually not enough water and not enough caffeine. But sometimes it is just, I get so angry that this side, I think it's from, like, my jaw clenching or something like that. But yeah, so I think we do need some sort of objects around us. And let's lower this volume. Oh wait, Blender crashed. Oh wait, no. Did I close Blender? I don't know. But okay. Just a little tube or something like here. What if we did a cube? Like this. Put it like right there. And then we could have another one of these on the other side. So I'm just going to attach this to like this. And then I can maybe figure out if I can even like rotate this. So if I did like this, and then like -60. Oh wait, no. Item. -58. Well, basically good enough. So yeah, now we have these two things, and they're going to be, I don't know, thing dash S body, and then thing 2. And then do I want these on this side as well? No. Wait, if we have this on... Yeah, if we have that there, then that won't work, really. Yeah, and also that'd make it too easy to, like... Oh, wait, no, it wouldn't. This would still be quite difficult. Okay, and that's actually not even needed there. But okay. This might give us enough room to actually, like, do things here. Interesting. Player toggle no clip. I think we can go this way. Okay, and then we're actually here. Okay, this is good to know. Oh wait, no, we're not. Because we wind up here. Oh, I forget. Okay, there we go. Then we save and... No, wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I wanted to save, so that way when I got angry and pressed F8 to instantly exit without saving, I would be in the correct place. Okay. But okay, now at least there's a little way out. Maybe. That did actually, like, show up, didn't it? Can't see it, really. Admittedly, it's a lot easier and safer, I think, to go this way, kind of. Actually, no, it's not. Oh, I see it up there. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think what I can do is I can make those hotter, as if there's some sort of thermal conducting thing. And that could be our way out. Or and that could be, you know, a valuable reason to have the thermal goggles. Which admittedly, I should figure out when the player actually gets the thermal goggles, though. Because I don't think they get them in here. So I don't want it to be a hard requirement. I want it to be, like, useful, though. Which is a constant paradox of, like, open world design. Like, how do you make something feel useful without being required? And without making the game unreasonably hard if it doesn't exist. Or if the player doesn't have it because they didn't do that quest yet. Okay, I actually need to go all the way back, basically, because we need to go this way. Okay. So somewhere up here is a, Oh, right, these ones don't have the panels. The very, very outer ones here. Okay. But now we can go this way. Kind of boring to just walk here, but oh well. I should probably add a little bit of something or other. So that way the player can actually, like, cross this gap. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that basically, like... Or add sort of those, hard barriers at the start of a level that require a certain object. Like, you know, maybe the level starts with something that's pitch black and you literally can't get in until you've gotten the thing. Or, you know, the required item. And then basically the only choice... of course. Whatever. I'll just do this for now. Because basically this one... There we go. Okay. So I'm going to see how much do I need to add to make sure that you can get from here to here without getting from here to here. And I think what I can do then is that, except that'll cause that to have issues because it's not designed for that. What I can do is just delete that. Actually, all right, 8. There we are. What? SY -1. That's not what I did. That's not the number that I'm pressing. It's somehow rotating at 90 degrees. It's changing it by 2 axes at the same time. Oh, I see. Wait, that's not true either. Wait. Because you would think. That's not what scale 0 means. This is simply not true. Did they change the definition of scale in Blender without me even updating the version? Because, like, okay, if I get this, I can do that. And it just scales in the direction. If I do this, and then scale it... What? Okay, I don't understand it. Apply the rotation, apply the rotation. There we go. This game is going to be the death of me. But okay, so we've had our, what, 3rd or 4th Godot crash today? Only 2 have taken down the entire stream so far, which is good, I guess. And the hard drive still exists, I assume. Also, this hard drive is almost... Oh, the hard drive is almost filled. Good thing I bought another one today. That was why the stream started so late. But okay. Okay, perfect place to be. And then what I'm going to do is, I might even make it so that anytime you enter a room, it sets a checkpoint. Because I don't think there's any, well, I guess that could cause issues because sometimes you're not actually, like, because, yeah, the entries aren't actually proper places, really. Or, the boxes can be larger than the bounds of the room, so it's not like when you enter the room it'll automatically do it. It'd be like when you enter the box that the room is contained within. And yeah, that could cause issues. But okay, now I need to figure out where the all of these things are. So yeah, how do we... get all the way up here. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, so main issue with this area is that the penalty of failure is death. And it's way too big, and it takes way too long to get up to there. Because, yeah, it's really boring to have to go up into that little itty-bitty corner. It feels much more like you should be going this way. And I don't know how exactly to make that work, other than just pushing these further forward, which I guess would be fine. Because, yeah, like, what I want to do is I don't want to platform up in that tiny little corner. I want to platform here and do this and get up into the center of stuff and mix in with it. And yeah, then the question is, how do we actually, like, make this the correct way to go? And how do we make it, like, possible to, like, get onto stuff? I guess what I could do is I could add a catch underneath the elevator. I could do that. Hang on. We go back to Blender, and we close this scene, because I think that's what causes issues. Is if that scene is open. Okay. Let's do like 28. So what I'm thinking is basically like, oh wait. Something like this, where this would rotate in for some reason. That'd be fine. So we'll call this a catch collision. Normals. No, wait. We want edge data. No, I know what to do. Mark these as sharp. There we go. And so this will make it a lot easier to catch this. In fact, I might even move this down lower. Oh wait, no. I know what to do instead. There we go. Okay. So now that makes that a little bit easier, because we should be able to come into here, do opulent medium. And then we can get these little bastards, which actually need to be now collision. And that means I should close this, because otherwise it might crash. We wouldn't want our 5th crash of the day. Okay. Then we got these little gadgets. Rotate. Up. There we are. Okay. So now we have much more generous thing there. I might want to actually add something like that here. Basically, like, if you fall through all of this, there's a chance of being caught by something down here and then being able to get there. Oh wait, but the downside of that would be then you could like roll jump from here to there and win. But okay. Why was I spawned in the wrong place? The world will never know. Okay. Now we can get up here. And now there's actually something that we can jump to reasonably. Actually, what if I actually save a checkpoint or something? Okay. Global save... No, I think it's player.save... Okay, that is that. So now when we respawn there. But alright. Okay, so now it actually looks interesting. And once it's less symmetrical as well, because I think these panels can also move, you know, along the XY axis, rather than just pushing forward and backward. And then they can have a bit more angle to them. It'll be interesting. I think if I stand here... Okay, good. But yeah, I like this, where it's like... It's not really a typical platforming challenge. It's more just like a strange little thing to climb on. And then you can just jump here. Oh wait, but how do I want to deal with... Yeah, because I still want fall damage sometimes, I think. But okay, that should make it easier to get up to here. Except for the fact that I can't get up there. It's too high. So what I can do is then, now we save there, because that's a good place. I think I'm just going to have this come out further. So that way the player can like get up to here and then jump to these. Oh wait, we gotta close this. Okay. And that leads us to here, and then I really would like to figure out a way of getting up the... Wait, what? Because that's really high for that thing. Oh well. So, do I want the player to have to do this stuff again? I don't really want them to do this. Because yeah, now this is just kind of a boring retread of things that you've already done. And what I'd really want is for it to be much easier to get back out. I think I know what I'd want. If we go back to here. So we'd want this moving platform to be all the way down here. Wait, hang on, what is this? Oh, that's the area for the medium interior. Okay. I guess that's fine like that. Yeah, I think we'd want this to be partially malfunctioning, and then we'd have, Yeah, this whole thing might have been misguided, this whole thing down here, because what I'd really want is, yeah, put those back where they were. I think this is the correct answer, but I don't want it to be so dull. That you're just like, you climb up to the very, very edge here, and then you walk all the way along this thing and get down to here. What if I just have a different animation? Hang on. Let's go to YouTube. No, let's go to opulent medium. I think what I'm going to have is sort of a lockdown thing right in here. Because I had this have malfunction before. Oh, wait. So yeah, now malfunction. It's not going to do this. It's going to do something else. So basically, we'll start from this position. And then what I'm going to do instead is it's going to go up like this. So that way, there's a lot more panels, maybe like this way, for example. And eventually I can have some sort of constraint to make these not go outside the bounds of it. But this way, you can get a lot further doing something that's actually fun and interesting. Actually, does this rotate properly? No, okay, because it only uses the relative position of the objects. Okay, position there. Don't need that at all. But okay, that should be better. Oh wait, actually, first though, activate, there we go. So now it's going to go up like that. Why is that so slow? Wait. So if we activate... It wasn't this slow before, was it? I mean, no, it wasn't. I know it wasn't. But okay. Go back to our panels. Oh, I see. That doesn't do anything yet. So where do we actually control this thing? Because I thought this was a... Huh. Do I want every door to be able to have a malfunction? I don't think so. I think what I'd want instead is for, opulent, or let's basically remove that, add this back as a malfunctioning door. And that's going to be entities control. And that extends door. So, export var malfunction stats. Oh wait, but I should have, hang on. Actually, I think we're done with stuff in here. I'm gonna say some environment work. I think this just pushes to a remote drive. There's only one repo for this. Okay. Okay. Git diff area opulent medium. Yeah. I need to see what I've changed because I need to get that stat back. What changed here? Oh, okay, just reorganize them. I should probably have them sorted alphabetically then, so that way that's stable. In fact, I'm going to add that to... let's go to this thing here. Adjacent. Check visibility. Compute adjacent rooms. Yeah, and then we're just going to do... So for O and collision, not adjacent. Room.adjacent. Dot adjacent dot sort. And I'll just change that. I'll recompute that once I'm done with this stuff. Well, you know what? What if I did it now? So that way, it doesn't seem like it actually worked. Wait, hang on. Did it work? Maintenance 2, maintenance 4, hull, bridges. No, it didn't work. What? Oh wait, because it goes through each room and then it goes through the collisions, and then we need to do for our room in rooms, room dot adjacent. Iterate dictionary string name rooms dot values. Oh, I bet you what it is that it doesn't actually sort string names alphabetically. Oh, interesting. But now it actually has... No, it hasn't. Yeah, no, it's completely random, it seems. Hang on, I need to see Godot string name. Sort string name. Yeah, because I'm thinking, yeah, I think that it just doesn't actually have it. So what we need to do is like function E of A and B. Or no, function A, B, turn false for now, because I'm not going to do anything yet. Okay, so what is this? Actually, how does sort custom actually work? So sort custom return. I think what we need to do is return string of this thing. A dot to string. Okay, try this again. Yeah, we got a whole lot of boxes. Whole lot of stuff. Okay, and now it's even less cohesive. It's even more wrong than it was before. How could we possibly how could we possibly sort this if it's just not going to be sorted? No, because returns true if the string's left-hand operator. Note that this will not match their Unicode order. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out, like, then how do we, like, do strings have any sort of sorting? Like, if this is... So here, in Unicode order, which roughly matches alphabetical order, so that should do what I want here. Does string... Hang on. How do we convert a string name into a string, then? Yeah. A dot no case comp to B. So is this gonna work? Maybe I need to do, maybe sort it doesn't do it in place. Is that the case? Okay. Oh, no, no. Okay, now it works. Okay. I don't understand how it wasn't working before. Confusion. But okay, now I also need to make sure, or I need to figure out where that dang stat was for my object. Where was that actually? Because yeah, somewhere in here is a reference to whatever the heck I'm referencing. Does it still have the correct thing? Hang on. Let's go back to this door. Or the animation player for this. So this... No, it doesn't have its tracked stat. So why does this not... I guess I just can't see it in here. Yeah, I'm just kind of dumb now. But I think it should be around here. Have I not saved? No, I've saved. But okay. Where is our thing? Okay, opulent medium active. Active. And then our malfunction stat is going to be whatever the heck this thing does. Opulent medium paused. And basically what we're going to have here is, let's go back to door. Actually, close other tabs. Take your time, Godot. Okay. Some, yeah, you know what? That's fine. Because what I want is basically, if we're malfunctioning, func ready malfunctioning equals dot or save load get stat. Probably this malfunction stat and that if malfunctioning pass, and we're also going to do signal malfunction instant bool. I'm going to say malfunctioned. Actually, we should probably have malfunction changed. Okay, so we're going to say mal bool. There we go. Okay. And this will be mal is bool. And actually, I'm just going to have malfunction here. True. Okay. So if malfunctioning equals mal, return. Else, hi, welcome back. I'm going to emit a signal. Oh, wait, no. We're going to do malfunction changed. Emit. Mal instant. I'm making doors that can malfunction, so that way this thing can have two different positions. One would be when it's properly open, and for now that's just this. Then the other's going to be malfunctioning, where it goes like that, so that way it's easier to platform up into here. But yeah, it's going well so far, except for the fact that we've crashed 4 times, including 2 crashes to the entire stream. But okay, and also let's do if anim and not instant play activate. Oh wait, no. We should just do, yeah. Actually, let's do, I think we do this regardless, and then if instant anim seek current animation length. And this should actually be if mal. It seems to be mostly Godot's fault, but it is common cases that I've seen before where, like, if I have the debugger running, sometimes when I press F12 to resume the game, it'll crash the entire stream setup, including sometimes outright blue screening the entire computer. So I'll chalk that up to Godot. And the other one is, sometimes if I edit this scene and then save it, and then come back into here and save this scene, that also can crash Godot, which I'm also chalking up to Godot's fault. And also sometimes when I run the game, the engine will just crash in the background. But okay, we're going to say if not malfunctioning, super.ready. Oh, wait, no, actually we should do this first. And then we should just malfunction if we have malfunction. Because I think that'll work. Because, yeah, we got a billion things that we need to have here. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It seems to be something to do with, like, the actual act of alt-tabbing back to Godot once it was from the pause state. Wait, why am I here? Oh, yeah, because I, like, did the wrong thing. Okay, so now we need to go player, toggle, no clip. Also, I see now that, the thing, my open door is not quite right. I need to be here. Okay. Let's do global save current checkpoints. And double check that. There we go. Okay. So main malfunction now is the fact that it's not setting this correctly, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of stuff in here. I think what I'm going to do is just have like a function arrange nodes. So basically everything that isn't actually resetting, so yeah, anything that's not this. Because yeah, we need to do this guaranteed, and then I think this stuff is power. But we need deactivate on death. And then detect parent. Yeah, let's get this stuff. So yeah, that's arranging the nodes. And then we'll have function apply power. Oh, wait, we should also have, so tracked stat. Actually, why would we reset the power? I think these two do that. Yeah, okay. If tracked stats, we do that. So yeah, now ready is going to arrange nodes, apply power. And what we can do instead is here, malfunction, or we'll arrange the nodes, and then malfunction, and then if not malfunctioning, we will then apply power. Okay. And so that should work now. Because, yeah, the door is meant to be malfunctioning. I mean, it was supposed to be malfunctioning, isn't it? Save, load, state, data? Because, yeah, it doesn't look right. Opulent, medium, paused is true. And then if we go to here... Yeah, we see all these panels that are not, how do I actually get what I'm looking for here? Because, yeah, basically this malfunction should have happened. Was there some reason this didn't happen? No, that seems fine. So we should... Oh, wait. Okay. And now let's stop that. Still not working. Which is interesting, because there's no possible way that this wouldn't be working. Because I don't think there's any possible... Yeah, I don't think it ever does this. Is it because the arranging of nodes would happen? So when we arrange nodes, what is everything that we're doing? First off, if we have a node called animation player, we set our animation there. Otherwise, if we have a method play and we have a method play backwards and we have a method advance, we set ourselves to that. Maybe we need to do that. Advance instead of seek. And then we do, you know, we set the animation to ourself. And we have to do some funky stuff because this technically doesn't extend an animation player. And then if we have an animation, we do that. Else, I'm just going to push an error. No animation player for door get path. Okay. And then, well, hang on. We can have some of this stuff like just like here, for example. And then if it was in the tree, we set this to be reset. Yeah, let's make sure that everything that's supposed to be there is there. And I'm going to do... Oh, well, we already set this here. Okay. So yeah, we have our generate stat, we have deactivate upon death, so we're connecting signals, and then we have was in tree equals true. Yeah, that makes sense. We've initialized it there, and then detect parent, we'll connect that tracked stat, we subscribe there. Okay, so yeah, there's no place where this should be being set. So if we track stat, we reset the power. Open that stuff. Okay. So, okay. We set malfunctioning to true, and then if it's malfunctioning, we play activate. Oh, wait, we're playing... It was that simple. Well, good to have this anyway. Okay, and now you can see that it's off-center. This is very cool. I like this. Yeah, the actual star is off-center, and that will let us actually climb up to the corner and, like, do things. So yeah, now this is our precarious climb. And now this should hopefully be substantially less boring and difficult. And nobody will notice the things clipping into each other. Oh yeah, and then I was supposed to do, I think I need the door to also, or I need the, whatever it is. Our other thing to also have a malfunction. Because, yeah, that needs to be also able to open, because we need to get up there. Or we need to have some sort of, partial collapse, like that door, or that whole elevator goes slightly down. I think that's our best bet there. Since that's exactly what I intended for you to do. Oh, okay. Then we can stand here if the video game would collaborate with me, but it's not going to. That's... Okay, that's an issue, because this is just too long to do. I think what I need to do is just make that, like, little edge thing not so horrible. Because it's like a 45-degree angle. It's way too small as well. Okay. Trying to think. What else do I want to do? That's risky. Okay, so I've finally gotten up to where I need to be. But now we have a new issue, which is I'm actually blocked by some of these. And also, why the heck did that happen? And also, I'm falling now. Again. Yeah, okay. I don't think this is going to be a very... I think I'll need to, like, significantly rework this little area here, because it's too random, too chaotic. And things like these panels blocking that path, bullshit. But okay, now we can be here, and then I can save. Actually, I'm going to do a global save current checkpoint. I think what I need is to bring back the ability to save a checkpoint. But okay, at least now it's not like a super long and boring walk. But yeah, now we need that to go down a little bit, and we need some way of actually getting back up to there without having to go through the entirety of the platforming again, because that's too annoying. Oh, and we don't need thermal, or no, that's global. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Also these. Okay. Yeah. Now what I want is I want this to be controlled by a thing as well. And I think I know how to do that. We can just have this have the exact same thing, which is some sort of halfway point here. Medium orchestrator, moving room. I think it has this door moving room. Okay, so we can make this a malfunctioning door. And then we'll have this have paused, opulent medium. So set stat, medium stat, this and that and the other. How do we manage this door properly? I think what we need here is something different. So yeah, we don't need this paused here. And I think that means we don't actually need that either. Because we're just going to do malfunction stat. And yeah, save load dot subscribe malfunction stats on malfunction. Stat value instant equals false. And then we'll do pass there, and we'll have var malfunctioning. Actually, we'll just have that in our door. So our moving door is going to be a malfunctioning door. Okay. So that's going to be door, no, moving room dot malfunctioning, or malfunction bool value instance. And yeah, we'll have basically this here. Oh, hang on. Okay. On malfunction, save load get stats malfunction stats true if not moving room dot malfunctioning. Then we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, okay. Got all that stuff working. So that should mean that now this door will have a new animation, malfunction. And what that's going to be is probably... Oh, I'll have to figure out how to actually properly do this. Because basically, I want the initial keyframe to always be whatever the state of the animation is. So I basically want to use this as like a tween instead of an actual animation. Yeah, so I think it would be from this position. So we'll have that be our start. And then we can have... go to the moving room. Let's have this go up to about... or no. Key that there. And then probably all of our face plates as well will need a key. And then, yeah, the whole mission here will be to make it so that this makes sense. So, yeah, because we now want the ability to get from here up to here. Oh, wait, actually what I should do is probably make it so that you basically... oh, this is going to be tricky, because what I want is that you can't get from here to here, because you can stand on top of this thing as it goes up the whole way. Oh, wait, no, but that's fine, because this whole thing would be closed up, so you can't actually get up to here. Okay, that's fine. And I think this is fine. And then, yeah, I'll just have this for now just moved here. So yeah, this will be where the malfunction is. And then I'm going to add a little bit of extra stuff on the edges here, so that way the player can actually get up to here from there. Which I'm realizing I actually need this thing to be open. Actually, does that activate from this? I think it does, right? Yeah, okay. So we need this to be open as well. So that, and then we'll have it go like halfway up or something. Okay, because now we have an improperly implemented, or an improperly designed door. We've triggered some sort of malfunction where it's halfway between things. And there we are. Oh, I see. We also need to have, go back to malfunction. We need these little head plate things. Yeah. Transform these. I think that's good. Okay. And then, yeah, we need some sort of thing in here to actually make it so that we can stand. Because I'm suspecting what I'll do is probably have this go all the way up to like here, maybe? Or maybe like this? Let's do these. Okay, does this feel like it still makes sense? Oh, wait, no. We don't have any animations here. Okay, let's test this. Because now, I should be able to get up to there. The thing should be malfunctioning, so the door should be open. Okay. I can see things are... There we are. And then we go up a few miles. A little janky, but... Yeah, presumably I'll need a bit more grip there. How do I want to do this? I know. Here's something like this. Actually, what if I rotate these by 90 degrees? Get them out like this. Get this to go down like this. And so that way there's now some sort of explanation, or there's some sort of like context for this little box there. So I think this is a bit too tricky, but I'm fine with it. Oh, there we are. Okay, so now we're here, and then it's like, okay, well, obviously I have to climb up to here somehow. Then we need some sort of light right here, I think. So you two, no. Opulent medium. Ugh. We're almost to the point where it's functional again. But okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a light right in here. And I think this might be something that's controlled by our group, where it's like opulent medium lights. No, I'm going to make it so there's basically like a bluish hue or something like that. Okay. Basically just so that we have something that I can see. Needs to be a little lower. I think a bit deeper blue and green and stuff. Okay, let's see what that looks like from like over here. Okay, so now it's pretty obvious what we're looking for. Yeah, we're like over here and it's like, oh, well, I wonder what part of this area is like the rest of the video game. Okay, so then we get out to here and then we get into here and then we're out. Okay. So I might just do that whole thing again just to make sure that it actually like works. Yeah, but then we're out. That was a pretty weird thing that happened for no reason. You can look at Jackie's bloodshot eyes. Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna fix the UI bug where the U. So if we go to the player, I think it's almost certainly in the UI code when it switches modes. Game dot activate maybe, or like set mode. So I think when we set a mode, if mode equals mode gaming, hide prompt, hide tutorial. Is it because this has something when it like visibility changes? Because I'm trying to figure out like where the heck is this thing actually being set? I don't think we ever need to call this again. Actually, what is weapon UI here? Okay, that is correct. When is equipment ever changed? So add equipment, equipment dot remove, add equip, equipment update. So when we exit dialog, no, dialog exit. Okay. UI play game. And that sets this stuff. So that sets this. So I don't think there's anything here that should be setting something weird with that. I guess maybe hide prompt. So what does hide prompt do? So equipment hide. Unless it's not empty, in which case we get things. I guess what I can do is go to here, and then when we have function... Oh, wait, no. I was about to do a notification visibility change, but that's not going to actually do anything, because... What if we did function hide, super hide? Okay. We can't do that. Also, what the heck is a signal? I don't like that that's there. What I could do is, when we're ready, init signals. Wait, do we not init signals? When do we do this? Oh, I see. We have to do the player stuff first. So, game dot sleep requested connect player go to sleep. We will have the UI manage the signals from the UI to the player, not the editor. In fact, we have the exact same thing here, where this sleep pop-up, or let's do var sp equals sleep pop-up. This should be a like sleep pop-up, probably, or this thing. Okay. Cancelled. Connect on sleep pop-up canceled. How do we spell canceled? Okay. So now we have no signals that are connected manually between the two of these. And I think eventually I can actually have this saved as a separate scene. Because now we don't actually... Yeah, because now without that, I don't have to worry about the UI. So I'll think about that. But what I'll do first is save all of this stuff, because the level is basically playable again. Okay, so yeah. Once that's all saved up, I'm then going to not bother with that refactor, because we still need to get the underlying issue of why does the dialogue hide our equipment. Because I'm trying to think, where would that happen? Let's go to the player. Let's go to dialog exit. And then I'm going to do assert UI.equipment.visible. And I'm just going to kind of like see if this does things. Okay. So why is it not visible here? So that's because, oh, that's because we're not, wait, what? Why would it be hidden here? Is that because when we start dialogue it changes? So what does start dialogue do? I should just do that. Yeah, so the UI on the left, yeah, it's visible now. We can do all of our things. We can night vision, telescope in. Okay, so somewhere in between these 2 points. So I'm going to say presumably right after start dialogue. And that presumably happens right here. And then that begs the question as to what would be, where would it not be here? So let's just assert here then. Because yeah, the equipment itself should never be hidden. The only thing that needs to be hidden is, okay, so right after start dialogue right here, when we do... Wait, what? This is not the portion that I thought it was going to be. Is it because lock does something? Hang on. What would lock do? Oh, because this. Why the fuck do we do that? Yeah, I'm... Okay, well, that explains that. Jackie looks like me. Her eyes are just like mine. Bloodshot. Okay, and I think my next step should be to fix the... Okay, so we fixed that finally. Next, I want to fix the dialogue focus thing. So let's see. Bugs. Yeah, the log was deleted. Fix that. Flickering when sleeping. I don't like... Yeah, I want to fix that. Make checkpoints relative to ground. Propolis doesn't appear when we're in the ossuary. Yeah. UI should no longer get hidden. Assert. Yeah, we don't need these. And I think we had some of these here. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't mess up too many, like, lines of stuff. Okay, yeah. Fix bug, or, yeah. Bug fix. Hiding dialogue, or hiding equipment. Say that. Let's say that, actually. Okay. Next up, I'm going to figure out why we don't grab focus when we advance dialogue. So let's just do that. Dialogue, viewer, vertical, actually. Okay, and we should also remove that. Dialog, oh no. Signal, connect. Hang on. Ready. Wait, do we not use input timers for the other ones? Oh, interesting. I thought we would. Okay, well, I'll just do input timer, or timer. Wait, what? Okay. I've actually forgotten what it was. Was it just timeout? Input? Hang on. Okay, on input timer timeout, which doesn't make any sense because I didn't see that. Oh, because it's in the messages? Wait, no, it's not. Okay. So, then what the fuck is this connected to? It's not correct. This doesn't exist. What? On input timer timeout should exist. And also, so I don't have the faintest idea how that was working. Okay, let's go to assets or add-ons, yeah. Okay, it was itself to dot connection signal timeout from input timer to on input timer timeout. So did this just never do anything then? What is the deal with this thing? What the heck's dummy node? What? I'm so confused. I'm going to delete this. I don't think that needs to be there. And I'm going to delete this, I guess. And I'm going to go also up to the dialog viewer and delete the input timer there as well. Because I'm not seeing anything about input timer timeout. Yeah, there's literally never been an input timer timeout. Or there is none currently. There probably was at one point. Which really begs the question as to, like, what on earth happened that this isn't needed. So if event is this and that and pressed and requires input, focus. Let's go to focus. First reply focus. So we should do this, guaranteed. Because how would this not be done? Yeah, why did that not work? Oh, is it because, hang on. Is it because we need to do display here? No, wait, but, huh? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So let's determine where this is being called. So it's here where we display it. And that doesn't make any sense, because how would we even list the replies if we're not displaying the message? Is there any other instance where I have list replies? Or like where I ever call this where it's not done? Yeah, if we don't call this, then we don't list the replies, because everywhere else it's just the function definition. And then, yeah, we have to call this at some point. I mean, I guess what I can do is just go list replies and see how on earth we could possibly call this without contacting a character. Is it because there's a special menu? Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. When do we show special menu? Because this also needs to have the first reply call deferred. Maybe that's what that specific issue was, but then that wouldn't explain why it would, Okay, and that didn't seem to work. Oh, wait. Maybe because Godot doesn't know about it. Oh, and let's also be careful with debug, because it doesn't like signals, or it doesn't like breakpoints. But okay. Okay, so now at least that works, except for the fact that now it doesn't work here, which doesn't make any sense. First reply focus, so let's just check these. Also another bug, my special reply menu is not working like it was supposed to. So, because it used to be basically, if we go back to dialog, quest major, Razia, anytime we have these multiple arrows, it's supposed to do this reply, and then if you've chosen like a note or an item and then done some other branch, and then you come back here, then it shows this one. Basically, it's meant to be like to give you a basic catch-all. And the issue is right now it's not actually being parsed correctly even. Because we go to special or dialog. Actually, what am I looking for? I'm looking for special menu somewhere in here. Requires input type. Shows special menu. Is this supposed to do... So while item, if item type is equal to special menu entry, if items append, if item child is equal to -1, we break. Oh, okay, and then we evaluate the next item in there. Okay. I think I've done something with my parser where it no longer has these special menu entries set up correctly. And that would be here, where we do that. Extract type. Okay. Okay, I'll think a bit on that, but I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. So, do I want to solve this? No, I think I want to solve the more important issue of the save and quit here. Because what I need to do, actually, is make sure that... let's delete our autosave. When I was starting a new game, especially, there's certain dialogue sequences that just break it for some reason. But I don't know why those would happen. Because, yeah, it's like... Okay, so let's skip these for now, because otherwise... Godot crashes. Okay. Haven't seen it yet. Help looking. I don't know what I fixed. I don't think I fixed anything, but it seems like I'm not encountering the issue now. So why is that the case? I guess I'll just do it again. Try some other sequence of dialogue and see if I encounter the issue. Because I don't, what do we... I know what to do. Let's go to proof of concept. We got tons of test scenes, so... maybe one of these characters will encounter the issue. On stat... oh yeah, because now we don't have this anymore, so we can do, save load dot subscribe calling stat value, or on stat changed. I didn't realize I'd have to change that so quickly. Oh wait, whoops. Yeah, we should probably keep our proof of concept working, because otherwise I did it again. I accidentally fat-fingered F5. But okay. Maybe now it'll work. Kind of, except for the fact that we spawn way under the world. Okay. Also, I'm seeing the issue of... why do they still call themselves NPC Orstad? And things like that. So let's go to Orstad. So what's his issue? Visual name, full name, ID. So what the fuck is going on here? Hang on, if we go to the dialog viewer, I'm just gonna put that in the bugs. I need to solve the first bug first. So special menu doesn't work right. Does not go through each option. But then also dialog shows the node name, not visual name or ID. So I'm seeing the medium. Failed to execute add stat because now we don't have add stat. Holy shit. Append stat. Oh, okay, this is supposed to be save load append stat, I think. Array. Wait, what? Maybe state dot array. What the fuck? Hang on. Godot, I'm clicking the button to, like, go into the thing. I'm pressing Control click to see this. Function array append s string value turn state array append s value. Then we go into state array remove. So yeah, this is confusing. Function array append a key string val bool. Let's say if not has stat key. Or let's say if has stat a key a equals nothing. Do that. And then else. Oh wait, no. We can just do a dot append val, and then set stat a key a return. I guess we just return here actually. Let's just say that it returned something. Okay. Yeah, this should be array append. Huh? Why would this be? That's confusing. Okay. Speaking of which, that blah blah blah. Okay. Does anybody here have actual like dialogue to say? Okay. I think they got it. So yeah, lots of stuff is broken though, which is unfortunate. Follow location equals item dot get eye contact in base thing. If item has method this, so what the hell would not have? Oh, coat like. Okay, so we should actually have, so if the item has method get wisp, elif item has method get eye contact. Now, actually, what we should do first off is we should do this first. If we have the method get eye contact, otherwise, if we have this, we should do that. Otherwise, follow location equals item. And then we don't have that there. Then we have this. And actually, we do need that there as well. Actually, we don't. If we just do follow location equals item. Well, actually, I don't think we need follow location to be set to anything. Okay. Okay, we do need it, actually. But I would assume follow location would equal. Okay, let's say that. So that way, we have things that are a little bit better. But okay, now Jackie will look at coats, basically. Or she'll look at things that she can trade for a coat. That was the whole point of the coat-like system. Though she does prefer talking to people. But yeah, now you can see she's looking at the ground. She's like, I like the ground. Hey, and that system still works, actually. That's nice. Oh. Index. If not active item, return -1, maybe? Because yeah, I'll need to figure out how to deal with these at some point. You know, the fact that we don't have any equipment, so we don't need that visible. Okay, you want to talk about something? Nothing at the moment. And then here, for some reason, when it does back-to-back items, it doesn't work. Let's say that. Back-to-back notes don't work. And I think that's exactly the issue that we had in these conversations. So actually, let's go to our test dialog. That should be dialog test. What the heck does this mean? Oh, okay. This was my hot reload testing. I'm going to do question. Let's just make a new one. This, that, true, this too, that too. Okay, and this will be replies dot dialog. Empty replies. Yeah, because we go to one of our test NPCs like this one, for example. Interesting. He does not have... Oh, I see. He does have a dialogue that was a file. It just didn't look like it. But okay. Try this again. So test this thing actually. So this... Okay. That's the issue. So we have our underlying problem, which is for some reason when we do list replies, if we already have a set of replies listed, calling to get the first reply focused doesn't work. Let's go to dialog viewer here. Hope that Godot doesn't crash, but okay. So we list our replies, then do other stuff. And then we do this again, but for some reason, now it doesn't work. And why would that be? Okay, because we do that actually. And then it's not focused. So what's the deal with airline food? Focus change, or focus enter child focus bind. We don't need that. Reply. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my breakpoints, which are in here. Don't need that. Because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my cursor. And anytime we change our... Yeah, we track an item here. So our item is something. Proof of concept character replies button. Okay, good. So that's a thing now. So I can just press the button, and then nothing changed. So why would nothing change? Because we should have had... Hang on, go back to school here. Scroll to focused... No. Dialog viewer. First reply focus. Okay. Let's do var b equals this. That way, we have more of a chance to see it. And actually, I'm gonna kill the game. Start it again. I assume maybe like editing the code and then running the debugger is more likely to cause crashes. But okay. What is our control right now? Okay. Makes sense. And then it changed again, which is concerning. I guess that's fine that it focused on it twice. Okay. Okay, good. So we've set our reply to grab focus, and B is a reply that has, let's do get child 0, maybe? Okay. Then that tracks the item, which makes sense, because that's all good. In fact, we don't really need that right now, because then what we're going to do is see what is actually replied to here. So if we go back to evaluator, it seems like it's the same thing, which is not correct. That's incorrect. When we list the replies, it should have deleted the current replies and then added these. So how is this not working? How is this not here? It seems to be that deferred queue free is happening after call deferred, I think, maybe? So queue free call deferred order. I think that's what's happening. So when do we queue free here? Free item, free item, is that what we do? Clear UI. So advanced replies, get children map, queue free. Hang on, list replies. So when we list replies here, I think what's happening is when we call first reply focus, if the previous frame there were replies, they're still here until sometime later in this current frame. So what we actually need to do is not do queue free. We need to free immediately. And that would be, I think what I can do is just literally free here. Yeah, I think that's what I do. And then we clear that, start it again. Because yeah, I think that was the conundrum. Wrong button. And hopefully that doesn't cause any other issues, though. But okay. Now we have our evaluator again, b dot get child 0 text. Okay. Then we call it again. Attempt to free a locked object, calling or emitting. Okay. And that is interesting because that means, oh, that's because we're inside the free for this thing. Okay, so we got to do queue free here. Unless we defer, actually, hang on. We can actually defer this here. Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do. Choose reply. This is going to be find, or no, connect deferred. And I think I'm going to do the same thing with the other ones as well. So instead of deferring up front, or when we free them, we're going to defer here when we connect them. So, well, we don't actually need that here. Well, actually, we might. But here, we definitely need that. Because, yeah, we're inside the signal. It's locked. Makes perfect sense to me. Oh, wait, did I change it back to queue item? Okay. That's correct. Press the wrong button. Okay, and once this is done, I guess I should call it done once this is done. But okay. First reply focused. Wonderful. Oh, wait. I need this, though, to make sure that it actually... Well, no, I can see if it's I can see if it works. Okay. Now it works. So, yeah. What I needed to do was actually free the objects immediately because it seems like call deferred happens before call free. Or before, like, the queue free is done. And so that meant that when I got the when I was focusing on the first item in the list of replies, the replies to be deleted were still in the list from the previous frame. Okay. So that seems to work. Resetter, not playing nice. What am I looking for? Dialog. Okay. Also, do NPCs still... So do all NPCs have their names incorrect and I just haven't been noticing it? Yeah. They're not calling themselves by their name. Which I think is because actually now, I don't use visual name. Let's close... Or let's... Speaker name. So eval get speaker name. Okay, and that's because we now have this function. Let's actually do elif visual name in main speaker. Return main speaker name. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to set this here. Okay. So yeah, basically the reason was because we used to have the property, but then I changed it for Kitty found a camera to use the method. Okay, that works. Except for the fact that now the properties of the spawner don't work across saving and reloading. So NPCs that are, or spawned NPCs don't have applied properties upon saving and restarting. So what this means basically is, if we go back to this, one of my conundrums now is, this guy is supposed to be sitting, and that's in the spawner here. But the problem is, once the game starts, none of these once the game starts and you save, it doesn't listen to the spawner again. So none of this stuff actually matters. Instead, it listens to the information in the NPC manager, which has actually saved where the NPCs are at any given time. And so I think what I need to do, I think the best answer would be, just have these property overrides set on the NPC in the save, maybe? Or don't save NPCs unless they've actually changed and done something interesting. And I don't actually know how I would orchestrate that. I think it would be anytime you call a method on an NPC, like making them follow you or something like that. So yeah, I'll say that. Only save NPC information when they've changed from default. And that'd be such as following you or going to a new destination. And I'll ignore that for now because I'm gonna get that. Actually, wait, did that actually work? I didn't even check, I don't think. I mean, I'm sure it did. Yeah, if we go here. Okay, yeah. And you can see how he awkwardly sat back down because the, it's not playing his animation correctly. Oh, I did not realize that when you zoom in with this, it no longer does the camera zoom properly. And that's probably because... Oh, that's because the mouse has a different thing. Okay. Hang on. I know what I need to do. Something to do with the mouse. Mouse visible. No, we don't need that. Zoom? Trying to figure out where the heck that was. I'll ignore it for now. I'll just set it as another bug. Camera, right click to pan, also zooms in dialog. Because yeah, basically it's supposed to be not doing that. Okay. But okay, I should call that a day before I spend all night and all day here. But okay, anything else that I need to save in my assets? Oh, wait. Okay. Whatever I did. Okay. And this... let's say bug fixing. And then, wait, did I push that? Okay, good, I did. More bug fixing. Beautiful. Okay. All right, I'm going to call that a day. And I will be back on Wednesday with all my usual stuff, and the schedule will resume. So thanks for watching. I'll see you later.